All right, welcome in everybody. Hi, Kivo. And if Deli, if you're still here, welcome as well. It kind of took me off guard because I was, before I go live, I change things in OBS. I get things set up and ready, and sometimes there are people that come in the chat somehow, and it scares me because I'm like, oh my god, am I live? Someone did that to me once. I was like getting like I think it was for the charity stream last year. I was like, oh my god, wait a minute. But I guess sometimes you can just do that. But I do appreciate people getting here early. So thank you. Where is my controller? Hold on. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a great Thursday. I don't know about you guys, but I cannot wait for this week to be over. I'm excited for tomorrow, mostly for the Final Fantasy stream, getting back into that and whatnot. I'm probably gonna make my character on Dynamis just for the buff, and then like travel to Ether, for the content. I mean, unless I don't know how bad the queue times are there right now. I just know when my main was there, because I got a large house when I moved to Halicarnassus. It was impossible to do any content. Like really bad. And it was impossible to even like make money because like your retainers have to sell your stuff on Dynamis, and they'd be sitting there for quite a hot minute before people would start buying stuff. So I had to move back, and I don't think I'm gonna go back like that on my main. But for an alt, I don't think I'd mind doing it. I just might travel to a different data center for faster queue times. But I did like briefly go on Oceania today to see like what that was like, and I don't think my ping is gonna be able to handle that. It was like 300. Like it would be fine for like a sec. Like I don't know. I was like monitoring it, and like it'd be fine for like a second, and then it would spike up to like 300. I'm like, oh no, we cannot do that. And I don't know, because that's in Australia, and I'm on the east coast of the state, so I feel like I'm like super far away. So it's like even worse. I guess I think if I was on west coast, it wouldn't be as bad. But traveling, I don't know. I'm not a tech person, but I know with not Ethernet, but like with like internet stuff, like traveling through the water affects a lot. So that makes it even worse. So I'm hoping the queue times will not be that bad where I'm desperate, where I'm gonna play on those servers. That's all I have to say about that. But yeah, I wanted to try it out because I have some friends and normally play on other data centers. It's like the one hub we can all go to, which is kind of cool. But yeah, so my plan tonight though. So we are halfway. Well, I shouldn't say halfway. That's a lie. Well, we're halfway through the first part of the trial part of it. We have to. I think we're gonna be cross-examining another witness, and then we're doing more investigation. So my goal for tonight is to finish that part of the trial and then finish the investigation part, and then come next Tuesday, we can maybe finish it. I don't know. I'm afraid to like look and see what's coming up because I don't want to get spoiled. But I mean, it does look like a lot of. Well, actually, wait. If I can just scroll over testimonies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 parts of testimony. That seems like a lot. That's just for the final, like the finale. But yeah, let's get going before I read something I probably shouldn't. Unless I need help, which I probably will need help later. Yeah, so we're going straight back into this. I think we're interviewing Larry Butts, who, bless his heart, kind of screws things up for us, usually. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. I need you to say something quickly. There are two things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Let me make sure. I have a tendency to lean. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it is just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing that... She said until the incident occurred. That means that she could have... Well, we saw her at the scene of the crime, I think. I don't remember that, actually. No, we weren't. No, we didn't see her. But there was testimony that she was there. That night, the temple's snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder, sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There was only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. No! Are you kidding me? Ma'am, your life is on the line. I can't tell you about that yet. Yet. Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Yeah, we still don't know where Maya is. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Dunham? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. Well, you have several times. Like 3 times at least. As I thought, no psycholocks. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. What if she's not Dahlia? She has to be. Court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? Probably nothing good. She's the sister. Dun, dun. Yeah, she is a sister. He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume that... Oh. Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Maurice Dunham, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. I love her so much. Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just artistically rendering... Ouch! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian. Larry. This isn't an art store, now is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay. Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope. That's it, thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. Oh. So see, I've got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Or, to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch. 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 Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. I love that she also whipped the judge. Refrain from whipping me, Ms. Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. This is too much for me. Honestly, the judges kind of deserve it. Anyway, I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy? Please. Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation, or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right, I'm behind everything, every case. Also, Charlene inviting me to Fortnite. I'm streaming. Hold on. I have to text her. And I'm not streaming Fortnite. Okay. Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. I could say that about myself. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination with no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. What I saw. Oh, that's right, I didn't get my health back. I messed up earlier. I was at that lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it isn't like I was there to look at them, right? See, you can do it if you try. Ouch. There was only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but... A number of times? How many? Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes. Which means... You spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night? You bet. Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack, using this blackmail letter. Blackmail? No, that was simply a product of overflowing love. You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. She really loves, is it alliteration? Seems like alliteration. So what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy, puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? Well, you see, being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all. I didn't see a snowmobile, which he stuttered. Larry, you really didn't see it. Hey, no need to hit your desk, I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see a snowmobile. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. Snowmobile. If you truly have nothing to hide, And why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up. What is this? I don't know. Don't ask me. It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. So we're gonna have... That's probably where the contradiction is. You didn't meet anyone. That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. It seems that he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. I mean, we have to prove it somewhere. Unfortunately. I mean, he saw Phoenix, but that was like after everything happened. I don't know. I almost want to present Phoenix, even though that was after all that stuff happened. Did I do it? Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry? But having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you created. Oh, you're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened to cross a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self, but for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it, I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? Doing this again. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Not him sleeping under an IKEA rug. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. I mean, Von Karmer, you got shot in the arm. I would call that unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half? Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess. Excited? Dare I even ask? I set the meeting time as 10 o'clock, right? But I couldn't wait, and I thought she might come early too. Well, it appears she didn't come at all, in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Shut up, don't go picking my fond memories apart. Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way, so every 20 minutes or so I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack for her. Wow, that was like that itself was its own testimony. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. This light was, of course, lightning, like Kerpow. Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom. Who's Naomi? Or a little like that. That's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so... I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. Also, welcome in, Katrina. Seeing that, what did you do? This dude acting like he has had a girlfriend before. He actually did, in the very first episode, and she was murdered. But she was also apparently, like, cheating on him, I think? She was like a supermodel. Also, I'm gonna snooze this first ad, but welcome in, Waffle. Yeah, but Larry was like the first guy we defended. Believe it or not. What do you think? I was burning up as well from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge. Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so I don't know, I changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget it attitude you had at first, Witness. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire, maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk? And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare. Should I press him for a little more info? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There is a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Huh? Yeah, okay. My reason... It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone. I just didn't have time to. We may have to go back and press him on that. What statement? There was still something there. Okay. I arrived at the bridge, and Nick showed up less than a minute later. You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as right? Yeah, I thought I'd better tell someone about this, but then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyway. No, it wasn't. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. It was definitely not almost out by then. let's press him again on this. See if we can get a different answer. Why did you go to the bridge? So you suddenly thought to check out the bridge. Does this mean that you initially had no intention of doing so? Well, yeah, I guess it does. It was really cold. I didn't really want to go out there. If that's the case, why did you change your mind? I would like to hear your reasoning. In which case, please give testimony to that effect, witness. My reasoning, okay? Reasoning, is it? I thought I'd never get another chance to see something so big burning. So you decided to go and see what was happening. That's right, we're talking about a massive suspension bridge burning to high heaven. That's not something you see every day. A real like, really special. Can we really trust a witness who is unable to pronounce spectacle? Life seems to love hitting this poor witness below the belt. Well, my motto is to hit life back as hard as I can. Ow! I'll give you a few hits too if you'd like, with my whip. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday, but there's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like he despite his changed part, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. So... we wouldn't mind that if it wasn't possible. Yeah, with the way he is... We do have an ad starting in about a minute. I'm gonna let this one run. So lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. We may have to remember that. So the time's not matching up. But him adding this testimony, I don't know that that like even means anything. I don't know. Normally when they add testimony, that's what you have to contradict. But I don't see anything here that like shows. It just doesn't seem important. I don't know. I'm gonna present the weather thing. If it's not that, I'm gonna have to... Yeah, it's not this. The music didn't stop. Come on. I'm gonna have to look this one up, I fear. I gotta make sure I don't spoil this one. Choose why didn't you call anyone? Okay, I had the right item in mind, but not the right statement. I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. That part's not true. Oh, wait. So him changing that statement messes up the... Oh, that's evil. So we have to change it to... Why didn't you call someone? Come on. Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? What do you mean? Normally when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you did it. Yeah, okay, a reason. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? So I don't know if this was in the original testimony or if this gets added when you said, or when we choose why didn't you call somebody. And I think that's what's confusing me.
Objection!
Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy, you make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there at around 11 o'clock. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. Oh, yeah. I mean, I had the right idea. I knew the time was not correct. There was no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me, I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm Laurice Dunham. It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11, in which case it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Ms. Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It is clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. See, that to me, though, when I saw that, I was like, oh, it's still on fire. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. They are a lot less, yes, I suppose. I guess the point is, there's a gap in time where he is not telling us what's happening. Yeah, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback. Ew. Why would you say that out loud? Ugh. Get him out of here. He's probably not wrong. It's just, I think he has a humiliation fetish. Is all. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really. The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burned out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. I mean, Iris kind of insinuated that she was the only one that had the snowmobile key, so there must have been an interaction between them. Edgy. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. Because if he's lying, he's protecting her. Then say it. Good in what way? I would feel like she's very, like, lawful neutral? Almost lawful evil? I mean, she's not a bad character, but I don't know, I would say she's bad at her job. She just loses to us. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? Now, her dad, though, I hated her dad. That man was evil. I'm a Dunham. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up. I don't believe this at all. I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right, I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. You'll regret this, Edgy. Because it probably doesn't help us. He probably thinks he's helping us by not telling us. I'm a Dunham. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Tell us, Larry. My name is Larice. Get it right. Mistakes like that are what keep you from being popular with the ladies like I am. Just who exactly are you? I'm Larice Dunham, apprentice extraordinaire. That's what he calls himself in any case. Then you are an artist. Of course, I'm an artist, the real thing. Yet again, that's what he calls himself. Names mean nothing. There is only one issue I care to discuss. What were you doing? That is a very big issue indeed. Sketching in front of the bridge, I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. Sketching, the burning bridge? The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. That sketch of mine is... enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. Oh god, it's probably gonna look like a child drew it. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? Let's save, actually. That's what I should do. I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there. Please. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please? Well, well. Even I couldn't have imagined it'd turn out like this. Imagined what? That Larice Dunham's debut would take place here today, like this. Ouch. Show it now. Okay, but steel yourselves. Oh. Why is there a burning girl? That's kind of morbid. This is the world of Larice Dunham. Honestly, it looks better than what I thought it was gonna look like. Well... So this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma? Yes, well... It's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. Yeah. Just the person casually on fire jumping off the bridge. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine. But what is that unfortunate looking figure? Ah, you spotted that. I thought you might. However much I might want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course? I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? You drew her like she was on fire. Larry, please, answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. No. Are you high? Please. What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miss Miles Edgeworth. Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like we got another reason to remember this more. Well, what did you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Yeah, it's horrible. Now hurry up and cross-examine him. Okay, I think we already pressed that. That's how we got the picture. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. See, we had her hood, so that's not true. Unless he's thinking of somebody else. I'm wondering if he thinks he saw Iris and it was actually someone else in a nun outfit. I think there's a third person here that we don't know about just yet. I almost don't even want to press this. I just want to present the hood. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. If that is truly the case, then there is one thing that we can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry, according to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? I have a theory, but I don't know if I want to talk about it yet. What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you Nick, you dog? That's not what's important here. I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded, straight into the garbage. Ha. Always laughing. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Larisse Dunham, shall prove it. I'm gonna wait to see what he says. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm going to feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me. Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. The victim did. Yeah, the victim did. I have a feeling, this is just my theory, I'm gonna put it out into the universe. I don't even know if she's listed as, like, under here yet, but this is Pearl's mom. They haven't confirmed it yet, but I know it's Pearl's mom, who was also supposed to allegedly be locked up, just like Dahlia. Pearl was with her that night because, you know, Pearl's mom wants to be close to her. It's all that makes sense to me. Misty Faye is not here in this lineup, but I think because Misty Faye has been missing, she was to be the next, like, channeling master at their school. She doesn't want that. She wants Pearl to be the master, and Maya's in the way of that. And I think Maya, when she went to do that training in that other that was across the bridge, I think she found her mom there. And I think it could have been her mom flying over the bridge. I think her mom might have also killed her because of this, like, conflict of you know, who's going to be the next master. That's just what I think right now. Karma is 19. Yes. I think she was like 17 or 18 when we first met her. Like, some time has definitely passed. But yeah. Maya's 19 as well. Gumshoe's 32. We're 26. Little baby Pearl is only 9. Bikini's 48. I love that for her. I don't know. We will see if I'm correct, but But I know exactly where we contradict in this one. This one, pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. Oh, you weren't here for the circus case. That one was kind of disturbing with the ages, in my opinion. That sphere, where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere. Looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. It had pretty much stopped snowing by then, but there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts this crystal sphere. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood? You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's going to push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Laurice Dunham only a few minutes ago? Okay. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a sparrow. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere then. So, I wonder, do I present the staff or her? Let's see. I'm going to present her. Larry. That night, there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was the stupid idiot? Ms. Elise Dunham, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim. I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar looking crystal sphere. Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back. Ouch. A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere, it's gone. What? What? Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris, after all. She was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim? No, I don't think that. I object to that as well, actually. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You can't do that, I saw it with my own two. And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Miss Francisca von Karma, the only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case? That crystal sphere, it was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder. There was blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. Yeah, I believe that. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. What? You mean, I'm the killer? All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot off the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case. Great. She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Dunham left Hazakura Temple that night. Yeah, save. Yeah. We're gonna save. If somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Let's see if there's blood on it, though. I don't know. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the deposition, or not deposition, disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Ew. The only thing I can think of is with the snowmobile, because it only went one way, I think. Regardless, the way they worded it, I feel like we have to say we can prove it. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. Aww. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You will do what? That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, we have to present it here. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. I mean, the sword went through her back. Why would... I mean, it doesn't make sense that the sphere has blood on it. I don't... The problem is I don't believe that it was done before the murder yet. And that's the problem. There's a couple footsteps. I want to say it's that, but I don't know. Her hood also has a sphere on it, but that's not the same thing. I don't think. Because he said something about, oh, I'm sure she had a spare hood. I don't know. I almost want to say it's the hood. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Let's see. If it's not, we're gonna like reload. Birds of a feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase, Miles Edgeworth? I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, go, Edgy, do it, prove it, win, win, win. His cheering, it's as though I'm listening to the ominous cause of ravens. Okay. we're gonna load again. Yeah, let's say the sword. If it's not the sword, I think it might be the hood. Problem is, I didn't press him on any of the other statements where we might have gotten more information. Let's see. Okay, let's save again here so we don't have to go through that text again. Let's try the sword. Oh, no, it's not the sword either. I'm gonna say the hood. I'm gonna say the hood, and if it's not that, I'm gonna have to look it up. But you know, I will say that, you know, I gave myself 3 tries. But yeah, the fact that it's like using this photo is also kind of throwing me off, I think, too. Oh, yeah, it's not that either. What the hell? Well, let's look this up. Okay. Present crime photo. So he's showing us the crime photo and we're representing the crime photo? They tricked us. I guess... Well, there's no sphere there. I guess that's why, maybe? That's what it's saying. This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever... Oh, yeah, because it stopped snowing. See, we have to remember, like... Oh, they get you so bad in this game sometimes. When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing. On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Ah. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. Order. On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. Let me check the evidence. Does it say found half covered in snow? See, I don't read the flavor text. And there, something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What could that have been? This sphere, there is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. I mean, the murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool, and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? This sister saw everything. You saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. No. That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing. No, it's not. The body was moved. You said it yourself. Yeah, very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding. You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dunham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. So, someone took the snowmobile. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? Yeah. I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible. Now, the defense is ready. The court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. Do we actually have the snowmobile as an... We don't. But we have this. I think that's the only photo that has the snowmobile in it. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This better be it. I'm gonna scream if it's not. On that snowy night, there was one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Ah. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of a murder weapon. But it could also have been used to carry a body. Order, order. This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. Yeah. What? Where was the victim Elise Dunham really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. Who is Kerbo? He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy. Thank you. Oh, I need to look up this meme. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. So, I have another theory. I think Misty Faye and I can't think of her real name. Whatever her real name is, I think had a scuffle on the bridge. And I think Misty stabbed her. And when the thunder struck, she jumped off. That's what I think happened. Now, why she came and drove her back, allegedly, and then also pulled the sword out, we don't know that yet. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Again, this is just a theory. We don't even know if Misty's involved in this, but I do think she is. Because we have a thing of hers. She hasn't come into play yet. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason, and one reason alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Ray. Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had... Oh. Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame. This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You are an affront to all the legal system. I demand satisfaction. I think she enjoyed that a little bit too much. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, right? Court is now adjourned. Wow. So I'm going to take a quick break, I think. A little bit earlier than normal, but we did just finish the trial part. There's going to be a lot of investigating to do, which I'm excited for. And then I guess, I don't think we're going to get to the final part of the trial, but I'm guessing it's going to be back over to Phoenix after that. So we'll see what Edgeworth has to do with the rest of this, but we will find that out in a little bit. But I'm going to take a quick break, so I will be right back. All right, I am back. Also, some of you might have been here when I was talking about I moved like about a month ago, give or take, because uh the company that like owns this complex was like, yeah, like we have to like basically tear your building up because there's like a huge plumbing issue, which I had noticed a little bit. I didn't think it was that bad, but it's bad enough apparently that they had to like rehouse us. So like me and my roommate had to move, and yeah, it did. But it's like it's over, it's done with. It's like the place I'm staying at now, like my I don't know. My room is just like my apartment is just in like a better area of the complex, and it's just a better apartment. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Did you at least get compensation? No. Nope. Nope. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Um but it's whatever. Um but they were like and don't because like they said they could have moved me up to the second floor of that place, and I was like, no, that's gonna be too loud. Like if you guys are gonna be digging stuff up. Um so I got moved to like basically like I think two buildings over. Um and they're like, don't worry, you're not gonna hear because they know I work from home. They're like, you won't hear any of this stuff or whatever. And today, I will beg to differ. Like, they started like the jackhammering shit. I was laying in my bed. I heard it. I felt it, and not in a good way. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to like make sure like stuff doesn't start like falling off my desk. Like, it was obnoxious. Like, luckily it's done now, at least for today. But yeah, it was not fun. Nope. I actually basically had to they made us like reapply as new tenants basically, but they removed some of the normal fees that came with that, but everything else was like basically like I was brand new, and it kind of pisses me off. But it is what it is. It like what really made me mad about it is they didn't really give us enough of a time in advance where we could have looked for another place. Is that's what really bugs me. Like I want to say they gave us like 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't know if they were waiting because our my lease was going to be up at the beginning of March, so it's like I hadn't looked for another place. You know, I thought I was going to stay here. I was like, I'm going to do one more year here, and then I'm going to move. But yeah, renting sucks. But yeah, that's my little blurb today. I don't know why. Just when I got up, I was like thinking about that. I was like, oh yeah, that happened today. But thankfully, it's not happening right now. I'd be kind of mad. The mic would probably be like shaking. I once replaced all my flooring, used something similar to a jackhammer, but for indoors. Even with headphones, my ears are ringing for hours afterwards. Yeah. I mean, it's a little far. It was a little farther away, but it's like I could definitely hear it and feel it. It was annoying for sure. Um, what was more annoying though is like because this complex has been bought out like several times. I've been here. This is like my third year. Start going on my third year. This place has been bought out like I'm not even kidding 5 or 6 times. And the whatever company owns it now is actually like working on fixing the place, which I guess that's a good thing. But now they're finding out everything that's wrong. But what was annoying was I would say worse than the jackhammering stuff was like back at my old apartment, they were like power washing the outside, and like that was loud. And they were power washing, and they were also doing like they were painting the outside again, and that was also really loud. Um, I like had to lose a couple hours of work. I was like, I can't work like this. Like I had to shout. Like I have to. I'm one of those people. Like I have to be able to hear myself if I'm talking on the phone with somebody, and that's all I do all day. And I don't want them to hear that either. Because we're supposed to be like in a like a noise free distraction free environment, which that was not. But yeah. That part's done and over with at least, but hopefully it doesn't get worse. I'm still up at this hour reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey had ever handled in a court of law. Wait, are we in a flashback again? I jinxed it, yeah. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. Oh, not my dog barking. He probably hears people outside. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns. I put Kerbo series, let me check it out. On YouTube. Oh my god, I've never seen that. That's cute though. I kind of want an emo like that. Of just like a face like that. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. Oh, that's blocked off. So we still don't know where Maya is? Are we not concerned about that? Not Edgeworth and his bratty face. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2. Nothing to worry about. Isn't that like... You're getting into like... can't you have like a seizure at that point? Or that's like 104, but still... Anyway, I read today's trial record. You aren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive, despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichishido did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Is that what we're deducing here? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Oh, it's a little odd. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is... our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. Yeah. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you... I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Yeah, she is lying to us. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I've got to get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. That's right, Maya is still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. I'm trying to fix my... I keep leaning. There we go. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse, at least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes, which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Yeah. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. God, that was forever ago then. That means Godot is coming back. Maybe. Maybe. We got one last little taste of Von Karma, I guess. Looks like no one's here. Larry. Larice. I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least he managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out its rough rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current. And they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast-flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. Okay. Come on, please. It's for art's sake, I swear. That sounds Larry. Sounds like Larry. There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Enough. Why is she... I don't know. Maybe she's still part of this. A fool's fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix, right? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow. Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book. Fransie's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix, right? Guess we're talking to her. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Francisca von Karma, the prodigy. You have an ad playing. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francisca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. He was in jail. He didn't die, I don't think. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it. Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but She's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Not Phoenix falling for... What is going on here? No smirking. No whipping the sick. I know, I'm like shocked about it too. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix, right? I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some cold killer X, you know. I know. Maybe it's because he's sick. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think he is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night. Fool is kind of her thing. Is anyone even in here? That was one long sigh. Oh yeah, it's Bikini. Sister Bikini. My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? God, she's so jiggly. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise, now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Oh yeah, Pearls is missing too. No one told us about this. What the heck? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any psyche locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. No one can act as dumb as Larry, unfortunately. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claimed she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction, and as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Mai could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Ms. Elise Dunham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Ms. Dunham as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. This just confirms that that was Pearl's mom. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Five? Oh my god. Just about how old she is? There's 5? It seems Miss Elise Dunham was no ordinary visitor after all, and there's Pearls. She was with Ms. Dunham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. It's her mom! Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Ms. Dunham on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder, it didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. Pearls is the killer. No! She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Okay, let's go to the courtyard. And then if there's nothing here, we'll go back to the bridge and see if he's done for some odd reason. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. I don't know. The Shishishido. It's there in Mystic Amy's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Ms. Dunham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? And there's a ladder. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height that the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Ms. Dunham was pushed from the top of the wall? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around in this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now since Iris can't be here. Doesn't appear that there's any other clues here. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Yeah, it does not. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It sits kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently, Ms. Dunham was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Yeah, there was nothing else here to be found. Oh, scared me. What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? Oh. So this is where you've been keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repair the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, 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 then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... Oh. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Ms. Von Karma. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francisco Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Sounds like it. Okay, we can't. Yeah, we're gonna go to the bridge. I wonder how they got it up. There's no way they fixed it that quickly. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. It's Pearls! How down bad is the community for karma? I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I do know they're down bad for Gumshoe. When I was at KatsuCon, I was able to catch some of the photo shoot. There's a lot of There was a lot of Edgeworth, and there was quite a few Godot's. There was like 2 Gumshoes. It wasn't a very big meetup, because I mean, you know, the series is kind of old at this point. And I don't know that I recognized anyone, because I haven't played the Apollo games yet. There was a couple Mias, but there was no Von Karmas. I was kind of upset about that. Because I don't know, if I was a girl, I feel like out of all the characters in this game, she seems like she'd be the most fun to cosplay. You just get to carry around a whip. That sounds like fun, in my opinion. Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick. Oh, she's crying. How dare you say she could be a killer? So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, you're... She does give very Dommy-Mommy vibes, that is true. I'm Francisca Von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Ooh. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Oh. It looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? Ah. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? I... Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearls acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Well, there is that furnace. I don't remember that furnace being there. Let's see. What is this? Phoenix Wright. What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember there was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright, it's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Okay. Let's move in here. I love that there's a psyche lock on the door. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock? It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. And there's like goop on the poster? Let's look at that first. What is that? What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... I think the victim did that. She hates her. A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Crystallized piss, ew. Ah yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Oh, we can touch to see before and after view under the check screen. Oh. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. It's never, or I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psyche lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Mr. Trite. It's Godot. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? I could ask you the exact same question. Not that smile. Diego. But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough, I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare trait? This is Ms. Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Oh my god, not the womanizer. Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. That was rude. No, whip him, not me. Phoenix Wright, what are you hitting me for? You deserve more cracks of the whip than that trait. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. Yeah. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? Interesting. You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trey, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is... This ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? I'm also confused. Why don't you ask him? Me? Yeah, Trey, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trey? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trey, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Misty Faye! They're searching for Misty Faye. Missing. As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night. I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool. If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you forgot. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. That is not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man, but she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trey. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death, no. What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter. I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key? Ha. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth. Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Wow. He's mad. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. I need to take that advice. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. It looks like if we put like the Magatama up against it though, it could come undone, but maybe not. This scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Korean channeling technique, but why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artist. Yeah. Well, now what? I mean, I guess we can just, see if... Because we can't use the thing against that. Can we examine the dresser? We can. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. Also, Wookman's Trap. Were you the one that said this was like your favorite case hands down? I will say I am quite enjoying this. Like a lot. As things are like unraveling. And thank you for the hydrate. I bought a cold brew earlier and I'm gonna be wired for the rest of the night, I fear. Without anyone spoiling anything, hold on, let's get through this. What a pity, it's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. My theory where we're at right now, we're at the second part of the investigation. The first part of the second part. I mean, it's almost all but been confirmed that this was Pearl's mom cosplaying as Elise Dunham. She's the victim, and I think she was killed by Misty Faye, who we have not seen yet. Because there was that fight with who was going to be like the next master of the Korean school. Misty wants Maya, and she wanted Pearl. And so I think there was a scuffle here, considering that gravy was thrown on the scroll. And I think Misty was the one that jumped off the bridge. From that crude drawing we got from Larry. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Can you pose? Yeah, you can pose a counterclaim. As long as it's not like, don't like flat out tell me stuff. You know what I mean? Like, don't spoil stuff, but you can counterclaim. You believe it was the judge? I wish it was the judge. He was like, I don't deserve to be whipped. I'm like, yes, you do. Both of you. Both the Canadian and the American judge. Of course it's Gumshoe. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Oh, my brain. This is driving me nuts. I don't know. I care about that counterclaim. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide. Oh, here's another. Perhaps you were trying to decided if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Oh yeah, Phoenix is a doppelganger. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden. Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? We'll see you later. So that means we can go in there. That's what I heard. So shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix, right? Of course, what else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Yeah, that was concerning. Oh my god, there's... That says Maya, written upside down. We're back to one of these cases where they write the name of somebody before they die. Oh, I'm loving how everyone's made like a reappearance. When Von Karma showed up, when we started the case on Tuesday, I was like gagged. And Edgeworth, we were playing as Edgeworth. That was also fun. I've been liking it. He really is. Although he was being a little nasty a little earlier, like 5 minutes ago. I don't like that. I like when he calls me kitten. I don't like when he's mean. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling. Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? It definitely says Maya. What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy, a Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. I believe it, and I am enjoying it. There's also... What is this? Is that another lock? What is that? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Ms. Elise Dunham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Okay, Karain Master's Talisman. It was Apollo Justice. It could, maybe it's a key, we'll see. What the heck is that? Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Why does he call her sir? He's always done that. So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. Gumshoe wants her to be his sir, if you catch my drift. I feel like... So, firstly, especially in the first games, they really made it seem like Gumshoe had a thing for Edgeworth. Like, it was there. But then it kind of shifted to that other girl. The bird girl. So I don't know. I don't know about him having a thing for Von Karma. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. Also, I love that Von Karma's kind of helping us here, which is kind of nice. Because we're most likely going to be going against Godot. Gumshoe won't get between true love. Yeah. Poor Gumshoe. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the Sacred Cavern. Also, I'm still, like, with her being the defendant, I'm like feeling a lot of things. Like it's still confusing me how both her and like she was also locked up. Assuming this is the mom, she was in prison and she was in prison. What happened about that? Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. This is Ms. Dunham's blood. Francisca only really had a problem with us. She never really had much of a problem with Maya after that first trial, so I think she's absolutely here more to try to help Maya than for us specifically. I believe that. I believe that. She has to appease Pearl, too. Pearl's pretty pissed at her. We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down? Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Ms. Elise Dunham wrote these letters herself in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing... I mean, that's not explaining why it's upside down, though. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Ms. Elise Dunham's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Ms. Dunham was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Yeah, that's true. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. Yeah. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. Because there isn't one. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. I mean, I don't think she was dead yet. And I believe that Iris transported her back, you know, with the snowmobile. But why she pulled the sword out, unless she asked her to, knowing what was going to happen? I think he said... Didn't he say, Edgeworth was on the way? Or is that not yet? I could have sworn that's what he said. Let's see. I haven't presented anything to anybody yet, so... It seems you have a visitor. Oh my god. She needs to stop lying to us. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. Look at her doe eyes went there when she saw us. I'm still... I don't know. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It is my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Like, I'm all for retribution. Like, if she really indeed wanted to, like, become a nun to, like, atone for her sins in a sort of way. I just don't... I don't know. I don't believe it. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, right? Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. I'm an attorney! I'm part of the case! Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand. Thank you. But it's Maya. Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. You need to play bad cop, yeah. I look like I'd be the cop from, like, Reno 911. Everyone always pairs those together. We'll be going now, excuse us. I missed that show, by the way. That show was so funny. There is no time to be standing around, Phoenix, right? Aren't there other things that demand your attention? And I'm gonna go off on a tangent here, but, like, what was so great about that show was, I, like, watched, like, a thing about it. Like, they would get, like, scripts, like, of a general scene, and they'd get very little dialogue and lines, so it was a lot of that happened on that show was, like, improv. Which I think... There's a word for that, and I can't think of it. It's, like, retro something. If you've ever seen that one show that was on Adult Swim, Home Movies, they also did that, where, like, they'd get, like, a general tangent, yeah. But I can't think of what the word's called. But basically, like, they basically do the improv for it, and then that became the script. I'm going to look it up later because it's going to bug me. She's right. Thanks for reminding me. I don't know that I agree with... So I really can't go there? I really can't go there. It didn't even show up as an option now. That pisses me off. So you better start speaking because I'm angry. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two. How are you doing? Wah! Hama. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. Do you really? I mean, I guess that's a possibility. Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. That's why I think the victim also locked her in there to do that to her, I think. Oh yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who've said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psyche locks of hers. Yeah, let's do that. So let's save. I don't even know that we got our health back from earlier. I guess we're gonna find out. My god. At least Dunham. Okay, we did. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Ms. Elise Dunham had a special significance to this temple. Like Psyche? Isn't it Psyche? Because when they first introduced it, I asked people in chat, I said, is it Psyche or Psyche? And everyone told me Psyche. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Ms. Dunham's true identity. I don't know that... What do we have of hers? Well, oh, there's this. There's this. The E because it's there. Well, see, I did have to ask people, though. I think if I wasn't told, I probably would have said Cyclops. So, someone corrected me, like, the first day we found out about them. Ms. Dunham had this charm with her at all times. Karg, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm, either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Dunham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Ms. Dunham's true identity. We don't have her here yet, do we? In this one other item. Is it the staff? It has to be the staff, right? That's what I'm wondering. Also, welcome in, Understated Diva. Let's see. The music didn't stop. Well, you really ought to think about buying one of the charms we sell here, Mr. Wright. Huh? Otherwise, you just might find yourself jumped on by a little old lady on a dark mountain path. What am I doing? The piece of evidence I need to show Bikini is obvious. Is it? That's just a plain old good luck charm, so please just give it back. Yeah, let's check the evidence again. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove her true identity. Is it this? Found on outcropping near Dusky Bridge, has blood on it, came from the victim's staff. Courtyard where Elise was murdered. Thank you for the subs, Emma. Also, welcome in. That scared me. So it's not the staff. I mean, the Shichishido is part of their culture, I guess. This is the only other thing I can think of, because I think she threw the gravy on it. But have we... I don't think Phoenix has pieced that together yet. I don't think. I may need a hint here. I will say that. Unless the item is Pearl. But I don't know that if that would be correct. Because he's saying one other item. She's too young to be an item. Yeah, let's back out. I don't know that we can get any other evidence to... because they blocked a lot of that stuff off. The round thing looks like the round thing on their hood. Wait. Yeah, it's like, she wasn't wearing the nun outfit, but I do think as well, like, that thing that on this hood also looks like the gem that was on her staff that fell off. You do think I have the evidence? Thou have the evidence you need. Also, let me restart this. I don't know if it's my headset, but it's getting a little crackly, and sometimes the switch scene sometimes needs reset for the capture card. That's just what it's sounding like to me. We'll see. No crackles. Maybe it is my headset. There was one, it was the last case of the first game. The one girl that, like, helps you, the scientific girl, where we had to, like, do the fingerprint things. It made the capture card go out of sync every time. Every time I had to do that. It was bad. I don't know why. Yeah, we can't even, like, we can go to the main... Yeah, we can't even go examine it. We have to have all the stuff we need. Let me save. Because we'll get at least some of our health back. So let's present this. Again. The truth is becoming increasingly... Okay, yeah. So we have to present this again. Miss Dunham had this charm with her at all times. Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Ms. Dunham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Ms. Dunham's true identity. Could it be the Magatama? Because the talisman has the Magatama on it. That's the... I'm gonna present it because we did save. We're eventually gonna, by power of, you know, deducing it all. Yeah. God damn it. Nope, it wasn't that. Okay, we're gonna reload. Have I presented the actual jewel yet? I don't think I have. I mean, we have to have the item. It's not that. What the hell? I'm thinking about presenting pearls, because I don't... It's saying one other item. Come on. Okay. I'm gonna try presenting pearl. Nope. It's not pearls. What the hell? I hate when the game makes it seem like it should be obvious. And it's like... It's not obvious to me. I'm gonna present the sword. I don't think we presented the sword yet. What item is it? I actually need to know what it is now, because I've presented almost everything. Did I present the scroll yet? I thought I presented that already. It's the scroll. I thought I presented that. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But the scroll shows the master of the Korean channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of the honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Ah, this crest is reserved for the master of Korean. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty. All of these locks, all of them, thank you. And give me all of my health back. All of it. All of it. All of it, I said all of it. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, I am greedy. I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Korean talisman? It's a symbol of the master of Korean. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death. So Elise Dunn was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Korean channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Wait, so this isn't Pearl's mom? This is Misty. I got it wrong. Wait a minute. Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What's happening? It can't be. An earthquake. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. What the hell? We've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Right. Ah, what are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. What? The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. Fucking kidding me. What? So, it was just now during... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation. Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. What? There's more locks? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Please tell me, what the hell is going on? Unbelievable. I'm going to take another quick break, and then we're going to finish this next part of the investigation. I know. It is wild. But I'm going to be right back. And then we are going to get to the bottom of this, I think. At least part of it. We're at least going to get up to the next part of the trial. That's my goal for tonight. So I'm going to get up and stretch and stuff. And then we will find out what's going on. So BRB. Alright, I am back. Let's do this. Very excited. See if we can get these locks open. Because that is crazy. I don't know if I actually saved, but that's fine. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of a garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Then what am I doing? Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Also, I want to check something. Real name Misty Faye. Maya's mother. Okay. So she's not who I thought she was. I was thinking that was Pearl's mom. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. Heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. Sorry, I was making sure there wasn't something caught in my chair. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day. Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well, let's save. I feel like we have to do this now. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me to, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Is it Larry? Because Larry said he saw Iris jump off the bridge. No? Well, Iris, I trust you, so you need to trust me. But Mr. Wright, I can't. Why not? I can't trust such random nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. But he did. He said he saw her jump off the bridge. Okay. I mean, I know there's Bikini. If that's not it, I'm restarting. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently, so I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple, so I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. I think we have... Is it this, that her testimony? But she said 20 minutes. She'd be there at 10 p.m. Man. If this is wrong, I'm restarting. Okay. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright, we even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. You surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. Is this Dahlia's sister? Like, is there twins? What's going on? So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. I want to say it's there were two of you. I'm gonna go with it. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. We don't have anything here. Oh, I didn't want to back out. No. Oh my gosh, that's annoying. I wanted to just switch to this screen. God damn it. I didn't mean to do that. I'll have to skip past to where we were. Okay, she saw her. Yes, come on. Speedrun, literally. The Trashly run. Okay, surely you haven't forgotten. Okay. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were two of you. So I think the Iris that gave us the hood was not Iris. That is something Dahlia would do to trick people. You were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris, because this Iris seems to not remember that she gave us the hood. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. I don't know if it's the picture. Larry said that was Iris. He said he saw Iris. It's not this. Mr. Wright, when you said there was another me, I was kind of expecting someone who looked like me, you know? I guess so. In that case, are you saying that I look like this person? Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but can you show me something you are 100% certain about then? Iris is determined to hide something from me. I can't drag out of her unless I can show her some irrefutable evidence. I don't mean to be uncooperative, but you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me. I don't know what to show then, because we don't have Dahlia in our lineup here. Let me check something. trying to see where we're at. We are talking to... We're not talking to Pearl. We're not talking to Gumshoe. We're not talking to Bikini. Okay, I found it. Oh, so... we don't have the information, is the problem. So we're gonna reload. That's where I don't have my health. We have to prove that she's not Iris. Hold up. What was the picture with the nun? There's this photo. That's Misty Faye, we found out. And then this is the tracks with the snowmobile. And that's the crime photo. But yeah, I had to look this up because we actually I didn't know we could go other places. I thought we were kind of stuck in there, you know. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Get on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. This is what we need. Yep. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. I mean, because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things could have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Oh, we're going back to this. I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. He has so much trauma. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? So sad. They just need to make up and kiss. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago. It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? How does Phoenix not know? He's allegedly dated her. I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Do we have... Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. And he's not telling us! He will not tell us. We need more information. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break these locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Well... It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. That seems like a clue. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. I have a feeling that Dahlia was the one... She jumped off the bridge again when the bridge started burning. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. I feel bad for Pearls. People believed him in the first place. Well, it just seems like he's fallen for Dahlia, I'm pretty sure. She tends to trick dumb men. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew, I'm telling you. Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night, but I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. What's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Hi, Ritmiko. Welcome in. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? We are not going to accuse Pearl. Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Ms. Dunham's room reading a book together. But Ms. Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Pearl! Not you! I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared. What do you mean your power had disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps. Ah. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cool of you. Just as I thought, I'm going to have to break her psyche locks to get the truth out of her. So many psyche locks. This is insane. Well, let's see if we can, if we have the information. She also has 5 locks. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go. No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Ms. Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? She went to the Inner Temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... I wonder if it's for Maya? She was worried about Maya, maybe? It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. There's one. Thank God. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura temple bell's pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Oh, wait. The lightning, maybe? The lightning started at 10 as well. God, that's 3 points, though. I'm gonna check on this one, because I don't want to have to keep redoing this if I don't have to. I actually don't know if we can finish this one yet. Hold on. We're gonna come back to Pearl. I think we're doing this a little bit out of order, just from looking at this guide. Let's see. February 9th, Hazakura Temple. Okay. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh my god. Oh. She's shaking. Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it, about the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, no, I mean Mystic Misty, arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. See, I wonder if Dahlia escaped prison. I wonder if she met with Pearl's mom in prison and, escaped to, help with this or something. There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. That sounds evil. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Literally. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real? Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask-to-mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. The crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because one little mistake. A mistake. What mistake? It was 17 years ago, that's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. Oh, I remember that. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. It all comes back to this. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. My god. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Crane Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan, does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy, but with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course, she became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Oh, Morgan's the one in prison. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Karain Village. what she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. I thought Pearl was her daughter. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. I guess just a daughter we didn't know about. Yes, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearl up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? I think I know who the 3rd daughter is. It has to be Dahlia. Yes. Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. Are you fucking kidding me? Twin sister. Didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her and the village, taking their twin daughters with him. God. So much family drama. I'm not even in this family. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl's had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Oh my god. I wonder if we can present that to Edgeworth, maybe? Since he looked at that case. Oh my god. Because I feel like we're going to need that identity revealed in order to break What's-Her-Face's locks. I'm almost positive. Yep. Let's present this. Wait. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris has a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler. Right? I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth, please. You dated her, Phoenix. How does he not know this? It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. No worries, Ramiko. We're gonna finish like the investigation part tonight, but there's one more part of the trial we're gonna finish on Tuesday. That'll be like the finale. Don't break a leg, break your mind solving this. Yeah, my brain hurts. But good night, Ramiko. We checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. So wait, I'm confused then. Valerie, is she like a half-sister? Because he remarried her sister. Well, her stepsister. Yeah, okay. They weren't blood related. Okay. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? We locked her up, actually. Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. She's not... I don't think she's dead. I wish she was. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. So she knew they were related. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed. Oh my god. So the people that we've gotten locked up get executed? Executed. I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. You really think Pearls is like a killer here, please. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay. A spirit medium from a branch family of the Korean channel. Yeah, there we go. Understated Diva's onto something. She tried to channel Dahlia, probably, which she hasn't revealed to us yet, but that's in her psyche lock. And the reason she failed is because you can't channel a person that's still alive. Did you say Korean channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. So this was from the first game, if you guys were here for this one. We did figure out this case. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room, it's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the Korean channeling technique is real. So let's see here. Are we actually going to the police station? She was executed last week. I don't know why I'm laughing at that, but it is kind of funny seeing that. But I don't think it's true. I don't think she's dead. I want to check. Does it actually want us to go to the police station? No. It does not. I wonder... Let's go back to Pearls first. Oh, there's some more information here. Hold up. It sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Gumshoe. No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karain. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost. Along the way, I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. Why is he singing Block Party? Oh, let's continue with No Woman, No Cry. That's so funny. I would never figure that out. But this game is old. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess that can't hurt. I mean, I'm old too. Well, I'm 30-ish. But this game technically originally came out in like 2004. And then it was ported to the DS for North America in like 2007, I think. Yeah, it looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Our stream's gonna go over tonight, but that's fine. I want to get through this last investigation part. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Oh, I can already read some of it. Burnt up old letter. Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator. I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Yeah, I had always known about Ace Attorney. It's just, like, I had a friend that was real into it. It's just, I don't know. I just never... I didn't think I would like it, I think. But I do like it. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Let's look at it. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Whose spirit? Her name is Blank. She is our all. I wonder what AL stands for. For the subregion at tier 3. Oh my god.
You didn't think you'd like Edgeworth either, and here we are.
Yeah. I hated him that, what was it, the first or second episode, and I did a whole 180. But seriously, thank you for the tier 3 stuff. Holy crap. And I'm loving this case. Like, this is really good. Oh, here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Oh, well, I don't see a picture. Once this is blank, burn the blank. Also make blank. Tell anyone about this letter. Probably make sure you don't tell anyone about this letter. Bravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. This dark-sided. We're getting a free one. I'm sorry. We have to. Hold on. Where is it? We have to.
She's tampering in dark-sided stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
That's what that letter looks like to me. She's tampering in dark-sided stuff. So what do you know about the real murder weapons so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishido that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No? I think I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da, a metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? I think we need to do it. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first let's turn the detector on. Oh, it's like that one radio thing we did. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit it on something metallic. Oh, I missed that last part. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look. Oh. Well, I guess this is the statue metal? That Shichishido next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop. Me as the detention officer. Me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. The sled? That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge. I've been hunting high and low for that. It's yours, detective? That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places? I know, I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and... Stop right there, I don't need to hear anymore. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal, huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth like that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger. There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then bam. I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. I wonder if that hole there. What about this hole? I tried to click on this earlier. This looks like a wallet. Aha, that's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. Are you fucking kidding me? But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. I mean, there's the ladder. The ladder I would assume to be metallic, though. This is Ms. Dunham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, all right? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Let me take a look at it. Hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Interesting. The top is coming. Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah. What did I do? That's a sword. Inside the staff. Is this... Could it be? The murder weapon. There's no blood on it, though. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? That's what I want to know. Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shichishido, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. I guess he's singing some Bob Marley song. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya, what's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been... Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of iridium there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. The staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. They put that text in red. I can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? That's... yeah. That took a little bit longer than I thought. Let me see. I want to see what we have to do here next. We talked to Pearl. We talked to Gumshoe. We already talked to Bikini. We talked to Edgeworth. I think we can talk to Iris next, maybe. Let's see. I have to remember what, like... It felt like we talked to her like an hour ago because it basically was like an hour ago. Let's save. We have not saved in a hot minute. I don't even remember. Okay, the night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else the night of the murder. Yeah, it was the nun. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple, so I would have left at about 9:40, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but we say it doesn't add up with this. So we have her testimony. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten? No, that's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed... Welcome in, Brexton. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hasakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there is more than one of me. Yeah, your twin sister, who's allegedly dead. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Well, there we go. Or someone tried to. I don't think they succeeded. Because I think she's still alive. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. No, she does not. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. I think she's still alive. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, had made a terrible mistake. Yep. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. And there's Von Karma. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fey clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student? Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psyche Lock. Well, let's go talk to Pearl. I don't want to go here. Let's go to the bridge, and then from the bridge we go to here. There we go. Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. And we're gonna save again. Pearls is the killer. Just kidding. But some people here think she is. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end. You didn't go. No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Ms. Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, which was the Inner Temple. Hi, Crown. Welcome in. You went here, didn't you? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know. If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this, for Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. Oh, yay. That sounds delicious, actually. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. I'm, like, craving, like, bread bowls. But Panera Bread, like, stopped making the soups I liked or could eat. So, I'd have to, like, make my own. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10. How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. I wonder if that piece of paper was for her. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. I think it is that paper. Wait a minute. Let's read it again. Be careful. Once night falls, blank blank should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. So someone was giving Pearl direction to channel someone's spirit, and she failed. Because she said she failed. Self-channeling. Her name is blank. It has to be this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. She's so cute. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me, I know. As you can see, a large portion has been burned, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person who you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... So it was either Mia... or Dahlia. I'm gonna say Dahlia first, only because she failed, because Dahlia is still alive. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter? Ah. Yep. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met... Oh, she was channeled. Wait a minute. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? I think Morgan wrote it. It had to have been, because why would she, who would give that to Pearl? Misty wouldn't. It was Morgan. How did it get to Pearl, though? That's what I don't understand. Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? It was her mother, who's in prison. Yep. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But she knew by channeling Dahlia, Dahlia would, like, start shit. Because she's crazy. But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Oh no. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Let me read this. She misunderstood some of the words. Also, hold on, guys. Give me a sec. Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades. What do I present here? The letter? It has to be the letter. Right? No? This shows the mistake you made. I guess you know what I'm about to say, huh? I don't think it's me who made a mistake, Mr. Nick. It's you. What? It's not the letter? But the person who read these instructions must have been a child. That's why they misunderstood the meaning of that word. It's the only explanation for how such a simple mistake could have been made. Okay, Pearls, I'll go over it again. The person who read these instructions, it couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. Am I missing the simple mistake? Am I a child? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. It's not the picture, right? It can't be the sketch, because, I mean, I wonder if that started the fire. Hold on. Wait. Oh, how this is funny. She thought gravely was gravy. Gravy roast, please. Oh my god, gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring more vengeance. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Oh my god. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. I cannot. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely, and yeah, because they allude to it early. She's like, I can't read very well. Gravely and roast, among others. Please, how do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Ms. Dunham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really, I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Ms. Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says, gravely. I forgot about that! Oh my god! That's kind of a tough word. So she already had the letter, yeah. And we didn't even question where she got that from? So Ms. Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy. My god. Oh, so she wanted her to burn the scroll, not throw gravy on it. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Oh, we did it. Holy crap. And we got all our health back. Thank you. After dinner that night, I wonder if she... So wait, she lost her powers then because Maya became the new master? If I remember how their stuff works. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy. I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the master of Karain, like it said in the letter. I see. And then... Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area. Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but... Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, and then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll. While you cried? It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. But, I don't know, but... So she didn't actually get to do it, though. Because she was late. I think. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. So maybe then she is still alive. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. Because if the nuns still saw her, she actually did see Dahlia. And maybe Dahlia was the one that murdered Misty. And then she jumped off the bridge, and because she's done it before, and Larry drew it thinking it was Iris because they're twins. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit, yeah? Someone else, what do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me, the time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. Oh. And that's why she got told us to come here. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture of Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Interesting. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha. Finally figured it out, have you, Trait? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trait. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trait? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow? We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Damn. He's pissed at us. Like, I feel like he blames us for getting Mia killed, because he was also her mentor. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. This is getting so... My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. What? What? Oh my god. Well, I hate to leave on a cliffhanger like that, but we have been going for 4.5 hours. This went way over when I thought it was going to take, but we will finish this on Tuesday. The finale of the trilogy. Confusion, yeah. I don't think Maya's dead, and I only say this, and this is kind of spoiling it, but I know, at least I think I've seen her in like future games, the Apollo games. I can't do it, Kibo. I'm sorry, because this trial, the final part of the trial is broken up into 3 parts. That's like that has to be like 3 hours at least. It has to be. So I cannot go that late. I know I want to. I want to finish it, but we're gonna wait till Tuesday. I'm gonna be so sad when, like, just fair warning, I'm probably gonna cry on Tuesday. I just know, like, I feel like the end's gonna get all mushy. I'm gonna cry. Because it's just getting so good. So if you want to see me cry, or hear me cry, I should say, that's what, tune into Tuesday's stream. But thank you guys for stopping by. This is like, getting so good. It's like becoming like telenovela, like. But yeah, I don't think Maya's dead. I don't think so. But there's something. I think the channeling failed because if someone's still alive, you can't channel them. But let's see. Oh, I know who I want to raid. I know who I want to raid because they are a fellow VTuber and they are playing Princess Peach Showtime. And we have not gotten to raid anyone playing that, I don't think. And we finished that game, so this will be fun. My friend Leo. Let me make sure I'm getting their name right. I think that, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, good. But yeah, this was fun. We'll finish this Tuesday. The finale. It's gonna get me emotional. By the way, guys, tomorrow's gonna be a chill stream. I'm gonna be watching the A Realm Reborn like Final Fantasy documentary. If you ever thought about playing Final Fantasy 14, that'll be a perfect opportunity. The documentary is like an hour and a half ish, 2 hours. It's very interesting. It shows how a game basically was released on launch and was shit, and they redid it in like way quicker than an MMO should be able to be remade. It is quite the success story. So if you're interested in that, that'll be a good time to stop by. And then I'm gonna make a new character, and we're gonna start my big plan for, you know, up to like the end of June is to go back through the game from A Realm Reborn to Endwalker. So I'm very excited for that. So we're gonna start that tomorrow. And then Saturday and Sunday we'll be getting back into Breath of the Wild, and because we're getting like halfway through that game too. We're getting everything wrapped up here. But thank you guys for stopping by. Let's go right on over to Leo, who's playing some Princess Peach Showtime. I'm excited to see this. Because I enjoyed it. And have a good night, everybody. And there's the raid command. Good night.